Well, hi my friends. Welcome back to my channel. Thank you so much for joining me today. My name is Jessa and it is very nice to see you. I am a licensed art therapist and I have been told by many people that I absolutely have to play this game because it is some kind of interesting psychological mystery or something like that. And let me just tell you right now, let me get this out of the way, I am filming this intro at the end of the video because as soon as I opened the game, I was interested and forgot to film my intro. I have no excuse. So here I am filming it now on this end page. And tiny spoiler alert, I loved it. So I hope that you have fun with me along this journey. I know I am filming in the future, but I promise you when I sat down to film this today, I had plenty of coffee with me, which I am sure you will see me drinking throughout the video. Are you prepared too before we get started? Something to drink, something to eat, something to snuggle on, maybe somebody to snuggle with. And if you are as ready as I was, please hit the like button. Consider subscribing and maybe hitting the hype button too if it's available to you. And let's get into it, shall we? Got what feels like funeral music. Great! Can't wait for how depressing this game's gonna be. We're on a boat. We're on a boat. Oh, I see. We're like really on a boat. The game just begins. Got it.
A lot of this isn't going to make sense to you, and I'm sorry about that. I'm just going to start at the beginning, with the house.
Oh. Okay.
I lived here until I was 11, but I wasn't allowed inside half the rooms.
Weird. Huh. I have suddenly the urge to look up what kind of flowers these are that are lining this path. I think I will look them up after I finish playing, and I'll put them somewhere here, because I'm curious if there's any kind of symbolism. Gosh, this is the path to your house? To the point where this is your mailbox? Wow. Talk about middle of nowhere. What? Oh, I see.
Inside the mailbox were bills from 7 years ago, marked urgent, open immediately.
What? Okay.
I hadn't been back since my brother Lewis's funeral.
Wow, I love the style of this. That was awesome. Real beautiful. And probably symbolic, too. The minute you walk through the gate, the letters just shatter.
In her will, my mother left me a key, but didn't tell me what it unlocked. Maybe she thought I'd know. Or she thought that the mystery would be enough to bring me back.
And was it? This is a little down path. And there's a little up path. We don't have a map or anything, so I gotta explore. It's the rules. Oh! More of those flowers. my gosh, look at the detail, guys. Are you serious? I just walked up to this flower stalk kind of unintentionally. But look at that. Look at the variation in color. Like it feels like a plant that's actually been, outside being eaten away by caterpillars or whatever. Beautiful details.
The truth is, even after I inherited the house, I never thought I'd come back to it. But now I had questions about my family that only the house knew the answers to.
There was an up path and a down path. I'm a little concerned that maybe I'm going the wrong way, but I've been told that this game is so short that I feel like it seems unlikely that going a wrong path would make it somehow impossible to finish the game or anything.
The woods around the house have always been uncomfortably silent, as if they're about to say something but never do.
Woods are silent, like they're about to say something. Never do. Looks like that's the path we came along, right? I guess they might have just led to the same place, so that would make sense. The house. The house. Whoa, that's a tall house. Excuse me.
The house was exactly like I remembered it, the way I'd been dreaming about it.
How fitting that a family with the last name Finch lives out in the woods. Can't resist going back down this path. The one that we deliberately didn't take. The road less traveled, if you will. Oh my god. That is a deer. Hello. Oh, how nice. There was a deer and then the deer ran off. It's really cool that there was a deer at all, though. Very pretty. Okay. Doesn't look like there's much on this path, so let's just go to the house. So shift, I keep hitting shift automatically thinking maybe it'll help me run. But all it's doing is making me whoop, kind of zoom in. Cricket. Pleasant forest noises. Oh. Whoa, cool. Look at this thing. The fuck? That is awesome. I don't know what it is, aside from kind of an alligator. Very cool. Some kind of mystery about your family. Oh. Milton Finch. So that's not even the other brother. She said brother Lewis. Her brother Lewis died. So she have two brothers and something happened to both of them? I wish I could read all the little writing. I think it says age of disappearance 11. Yeah, I really can't read that, unfortunately.
As a child, the house made me uncomfortable in a way I couldn't put into words.
Uncomfortable. In your own house? That is a hard thing to put to words, I guess. One second. House makes you uncomfortable, and it looks like you had two brothers. One died and one is missing. Maybe.
Now, as a 17-year-old, I knew exactly what those words were. I was afraid of the house.
Must have been very strange to grow up in a house that you were afraid of. I wonder why she'd be scared of her own house. Chimes, that's pretty. I have no idea why
Crawling
I
through the
crawled in
doggy door
here.
used to be a lot easier when I was 11.
Yeah, I can imagine. I feel like I probably shouldn't have bothered with that because I was trying to go through the front door most likely. But here I am. Here I am. Raw fowl. It's kind of funny thinking about the fact that their family name is Finch. It's kind of funny. What is that? Is that a tennis ball hanging? It is. It is, but I don't know why.
For the first time in years, I felt like I was home.
Wild. You're home. Home even though you're afraid of your own house.
But instead of a family, there were just memories of one.
Oh man. Edith. Eddie. Lewis. Dawn. Or Edie, maybe? I think Edie. That looks like that's supposed to be the older woman in the picture. I guess grandma. We got mom, daughter, grandma, and brother. Brother Lewis. In loving memory of, oh my gosh, of Lewis Finch. Beloved brother to Edith. Son of Dawn. Great-grandson to Edie. Edie. I keep saying Eddie sort of automatically. So who's the other kid? The kid who's missing? So curious about that now. Ooh, hi.
Like how after Lewis started working at the cannery, we all got sick of eating salmon. Except our cat, Molly.
Well, cats do love salmon. Oh, you got bowls on the floor for the cat. That's nice. Cat is definitely not here, though.
Or how only one restaurant would deliver to our house. So we had Chinese a lot.
That is, in fact, a lot of canned salmon? That's what she said, right? Salmon?
Nothing in the house looked abnormal. There was just too much of it, like a smile with too many teeth.
That's a very, oddly beautiful sort of analogy. Although beautiful feels like the wrong word there, that's why I hesitated. Eerie analogy, maybe? Barbara?
Great-grandpa Sven built a music box for Barbara,
Oh.
along with the rest of the house.
Oh. Great-grandpa built this house. Oof. Oh. Barbara. Dawn seems to be your mom. Edie was the grandmother. My friend Bigfoot, that's funny.
The table was still a wreck from the night we left.
Wow, really? You left after some kind of altercation?
It was like a bomb had gone off, killing everyone but sparing the furniture.
Grandma Edie's wheelchair.
My mom was the only one of us who could imagine Great Grandma Edie living in a nursing home.
Alright, should we go up the stairs now? Check out what's going on upstairs. So cluttered here, but like in a very homey way. In some ways, it's way too much, like she said, but oh my gosh, that door. But in other ways, it just feels very homey, like cozy, full of stuff in a way that feels safe, rather than overcrowded. But that could just be me. In fact, I think it might just be me because of the way that Edith is talking. But I don't know. Whoa, itchy, sorry. Clearly Edith feels some kind of way about it. I am feeling some kind of way about this door. I wonder if that's the thing we got that key for. Okay, Milton Finch.
My mom wasn't much of an optimist, but she never stopped believing that my brother Milton was alive.
So you did have two brothers, Milton and Lewis. Milton, Lewis, and Edith. Certainly some names.
A lot of things got left behind in the whirlwind of that last night.
What happened on the last night?
Edie told me once that every Finch who ever lived is buried somewhere in the library.
Buried somewhere in the library? That's creepy. Very, very creepy. And then they, like, did that thing where they made it impossible to open. Future Red here. I'm considering the fact that every Finch who ever lived being buried there might actually not be literal. I'm wondering actually if she just meant that the stories of every Finch who ever lived are buried in there. Maybe? But then it's bizarre that she sealed off the library too. Unless there's some element of truth to that. Or she sees their stories as the equivalents of their bodies, their lives. I don't know. I don't know. Just a thought, just thinking. Ignore me. Okay, I'm sorry. Back to the thing. Wow. Talk about a mystery. 2010, 7 years later. So it's 2017 right now. And I think she said 7 years later. I just realized I have a bad memory for numbers, so there's a chance I got that year wrong. But November of 2010. And our girl here is 17, so she's born in 2000, which is so young.
After Milton disappeared, Mom sealed up all the bedrooms. Then Edie retaliated and drilled peepholes.
Oh. She sealed up the bedrooms? I see. Whoa. So that's why all the doors are like this. Oh no, Molly the cat! Stop!
Molly always seemed like a girl I could imagine being friends with, if she hadn't died in 1947.
You said Molly was the cat, right? No, wait. Molly couldn't have been the... Oh, I hit escape, and it was apparently a menu. We've got Edith, Milton, and Lewis. Cool. I don't know who Sanjay is. There's going to be a lot of names here, clearly. Oh, Molly is listed all the way down here, so I don't know who Molly is, obviously. But I feel pretty certain that earlier she said that was the cat, but I mean, she said the cat apparently enjoyed the salmon. So she couldn't have died in 1947. Maybe it's a different Molly. Or maybe I'm misremembering the name. I am good at that.
I spent a lot of time playing in Great Uncle Walter's room. I think my mom sometimes regretted not sealing it up.
Why did she not, if she sealed up all the other bedrooms? This is a very pretty room. Huh. This one reminds me of the Rainbow Fish, you know, the children's book. You know the one.
Lewis told me there were secret passages, but I never believed him.
The key, right? 20,000 leagues under the sea.
Turns out, my mom was really good at keeping secrets. Now it was time to find out what my mom had been afraid of.
Wow. Okay. What was... Okay. Alright, so that's quite a secret door. Window? Very, very secretive. Like, really extreme. Obviously, we'll go in there. But I haven't looked around the whole house yet, so... Barbara
Whenever
Finch!
people ask me about my family, the first thing they always want to know about is Barbara.
Barbara Finch. Oh, okay, that's who Barbara is. Barbara is some family member who's a star. Or was a star, a movie star of some kind, in a Bigfoot movie, which is cute. Raw fowl again. Time and the gods. Oh, Barbara. Barbara's room, maybe? Or I guess so. 1969. No, 1960. I just was blind.
Edie's father, Odin, built the original house. Barbara was a child star for 2 years, until America grew out of it.
For 2 years, yep. Sounds about right. I keep hitting escape by accident. Well, not by accident, but because I keep assuming escape will get me out of screens. But it won't. I have to actually physically walk backwards. Oh, that's a nice little picture. Someone's painting while pregnant. Is that going to be the mom? Mama Dawn, I guess is her name.
Mom must have locked the third floor stairs on the night we left.
Oh. This is like a lot of family history here. It is pretty bizarre that the whole family just suddenly up and left out of nowhere. I don't know how out of nowhere it was. It seems like it's a story that we'll learn with time. Alvin.
My Grandpa Sam spent 7 years sharing a room with his dead brother, Calvin.
What? What do you mean spending... What? Dead brother? What? What do you mean spent it with, like sharing a room with his dead brother? What does that even mean? Sam Calvin. Oh my goodness, how bizarre. Okay. Oh, wait a second. I was wrong. She was not, in fact, born in 2000. She was born in 1999, which is close enough, but I'm sure folks born in 1999 would not say that that's close enough. So, apologies. Gregory. That's only a year-old person?
As a kid, I just assumed every house had peepholes and sealed rooms you weren't allowed inside of.
No, it sounds like this is someone, I guess her mom, who, wanted desperately to preserve things, preserve memories. Stop doing that, silly. This just looks like a bathroom, though, and it says Gregory, 1976 to 1977. Like, it's a 1-year-old person that died somehow. But all we got is a poster for, or a sign for Mount Rainier. An old med case, looks like a few old medicine bottles, and a toilet. It's just a bathroom. It's just a bathroom. Why Dawn, assuming it's Dawn, who did all of this because she said Mom locked the rooms. Why this bathroom? Why the bathroom? Oh! Sven and Edie. Sven Hofstad Finch, 1915 to 1964, and Edie 2010. Oh, so Edie died the year that they left. Oh my god, the Finch on this door is a zebra. Oh, 2 of them! We got zebra finches on this door. Guys, I was a bird kid growing up, and I grew up with finches, zebra finches in particular. So here we've got some finches, and I'm very happy about it. Zebra finches, to be specific. I'm sure there's finch pictures all over this game. But zebra finches are my favorite, so I'm very happy. Not really a good time and place to be happy, though, it feels like. Sad to see that Edie died the year you left.
The last time I was in Edith Sr.'s room, I was 10 and she was painting my portrait.
Aww. You were 10 the last time you went into her room? Well, so then there was well, I guess it depends when her birthday was, right? Because I don't know when in the year she was born, but if she was 10 when she was last in here, but 11 when she was last in this house. There was like a whole last year, approximately. Who knows? Could be much less, could be a little more, who knows? Like a whole year where Edie was alive and no one was allowed in her room. Although, I don't know, maybe I'm off by a year because what the fuck do I know about when who was born? Okay. Back we go to figure out what's up with this spooky secret mom. Oh! That is so cute. Oh my god.
From the paintings on the wall, it was clear my brother Milton had been here before me.
Brother Milton.
Reading this, maybe it sounds like I had a plan.
Jump rope.
But I had no idea what was behind that door. Just like I had no idea where all this was gonna lead.
Saving. Molly. Okay. I must have been so off with recalling Molly was the cat. I was clearly so off. Unless there was a cat that they named Molly after Molly. I don't know.
I grew up looking at Molly's room through the peephole.
Where's Edith's bedroom? I guess maybe we'll find that later.
Molly's gerbil had a tiny bedroom with its own even tinier gerbil cage.
Oh my god! That's cute as hell. Okay. Oh.
Being inside for the first time, I felt like I'd stepped behind a painting.
That would be so surreal to only really see this reserved bedroom through a window. Why? I mean, it seems very clear, or at least very likely, that these rooms are being preserved because Dawn couldn't let go. It all has to do with grief and letting go, I would imagine. But then why did they all suddenly leave? And again, where was Edith's room? I feel like we didn't actually see Edith's room. Can I leave? No, I cannot. Maybe we couldn't. Maybe we missed Edith's room, or maybe we couldn't find it yet. I don't know. So Molly
I
clearly
got the sense Edie had spent a lot of time here before my mom sealed the doors.
Yeah, it seems like a kid's haven. It's got her little bugs preserved, very cute stuff. She was doing little sciencey things, books everywhere. Clearly this kid loved cats and sea life and princess stuff. Just good old fun kid things. Caterpillars, pine cones. Molly Finch.
December 13th, 1947. Dear Diary, I'll be gone soon, but I wanted to tell somebody about what's gonna happen. It started when Mom sent me to bed without dinner. I woke up and I was starving, so I looked around for something to eat.
Okay. Oh my god.
My Halloween candy was all gone.
Oh.
The gerbil food was dry, but I didn't mind it.
Because she was so hungry? God, what happened in this house? Can I go around the whole room before I go look at the door? I want to see if there's anything I can observe. December 1947. Same box image. I don't think I checked the date before, so everything is exactly the way it was. Oh my god, this must be the night they left, or the night Molly left or died. I guess.
Mom, can I come out now?
Oh,
Sweetheart, it's late. Go to sleep.
but she's hungry. You can't lock your child in her bedroom without food. Holy shit. Okay, well. Tiny silver lining, at least, Molly had a bathroom attached to her room. No way to clean herself, but at least there's a toilet and a sink. A tall sink!
I kept eating and eating.
She's just a baby. toothpaste, sweetie. Oh my god. Oh, gerbil? I ate
I ate a lot of things that night.
a lot of things, like toothpaste and berries from mistletoe and a dried carrot from your gerbil's cage? Girl.
Then I heard chirping outside my window.
A bird. Oh my god. Hello, gorgeous.
It was a barn swallow going back to her nest.
A barn swallow. Look at how beautiful.
I reached out for her.
Hi.
And suddenly,
Oh no. What?
I was a cat.
What? 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 Suddenly I was a cat? What? This is a child's imagination or something else? Oh my god, I hear the purring. Stop. What a joy. Am I supposed to go somewhere else now? Jump up, maybe jump to another branch? Oh, indeed. Okay. Hi.
I tried to be quiet, but the bird was really scared.
Yeah, it's just a baby. Up, up, up. Stop making cute cat noises. Oh my god. Oh, bird. Ooh, we can see into the house from up here. The purring is absolutely making my day. I'm so happy right now. Whee!
Mom and Dad didn't even look at me.
Didn't even look at me. Oh, look at that shot. I have to take a screenshot, guys. That's gorgeous. Look at that. Stunning. Stunning, stunning. Mom and Dad didn't even look at me. What happened? Oh my gosh. What? Honey, that's not a mom and dad. What is happening? What is happening? I wish I could go in, but I cannot. The little bell every time she jumps is precious. So Molly was not a cat, but Molly also was in fact the cat. Okay, I am so curious about this game and its little mysteries now. I was already pretty intrigued, but oh, a birdhouse and everything. Hello. Oh. Chasing this bird. It's a swallow, not a finch.
I jumped
right?
and I almost got her.
Almost. Bird?
I could tell she was getting really tired.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, look at those little doodads. That is a precious amount of little tchotchkes. Hi, tired bird. Oh no.
Now I was up in the big tree.
Mm.
I promised Dad I wouldn't climb it anymore. All I cared about was eating that mama bird.
All I cared about was eating the mama bird. It's an interesting way of putting it. Promised Dad that I wouldn't. Well, I can't get to it. Eeh. Whoa. I gosh, the cat meowing and purring sounds are just a delight. I'm gonna cry like a baby, aren't I? Wee! Hi! Hello, little bird. Oh, I'm sorry.
I gobbled her up. And suddenly, I was an owl. First, all I heard was the wind. Then I heard little teeth nibbling in the grass.
What? Oh my goodness, what?
Rabbits.
Oh! Rabbits? Okay. Should I go try and hunt some rabbits? I do wonder, Oh no!
I imagined his face looking up and seeing mine through my talons.
Imagined.
I swallowed him up, and I didn't chew one bit. Then I flew off to find something bigger.
This is just a little girl fantasizing while she's locked in her room, starving? This is so sad.
A mama rabbit.
Oh, a mama rabbit. Mama, lots of mamas that she's trying to kill and eat. Can we get it? Can we get it? Mama rabbit.
She was almost too big to carry. I started choking, but I couldn't stop eating. And suddenly, I was a shark.
Oh! A shark in the sky! Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh! Okay. Oh. Oh my god, did you see this? What? All I could do is the little jumpy thing, and I can't even do that. Okay. Oh my god, this is hilarious. I can't really move though. Wee. Oh! This child. Wee!
I rolled off a cliff and into the ocean. Now, I was hungrier than ever.
Hungrier than ever, but at least feeling that sense of freedom in your imagination, at least. Whee!
I wanted fat, juicy seals.
Oh, not a fish, it's a seal. Whoa! Whoa, I missed it. Seal, come back to me. I'm hungry, apparently. I missed it again, and now I lost it.
I tore off her flipper, and it tasted really good.
Not a particularly common fantasy for a child to have. I mean, I wouldn't even say that necessarily, but this part involving predation, very rarely is a 10-year-old going to be
I grabbed
fantasizing
on
about
tight. When I was so hungry, I
eating.
jumped out of the water. When I opened my eyes, everything had changed.
Usually these little sweet fantasies that kids have usually has to do with understanding the world, right? The way that play is for children. I'm moving the mouse. Nothing's happening. Oh! I am not a shark anymore. But it's usually some kind of power, fantasy, or just play to understand the world. But this is just a desperation type of fantasy. Hungry, trapped and hungry, and even helpless, like that poor shark tumbling down the cliff. This is a very strange scene. And I'm not sure what to do with it. Oh!
Now I was a monster, and I smelled people everywhere.
Whoa! Hey! Whoa! Whoa! Ugh. Icky. Very icky. Oh, a people, indeed.
I was big, but I moved real quiet.
Powerful. Sneaky.
Yeah!
Oh, ho, ho. There you go, kid. You ate. There was also an up direction, but wait, let's go here. People, just some boots, okay? Whoa! Here we go. Up direction. Whoop. Up direction. Let's go. Hungry monster. All of these are. It feels like this kid is in a very helpless place. Like I said, I mean, a lot of the time, these make-believe scenarios that kids go through often is about power fantasy. For any kid. But when a kid is feeling so helpless, I mean, of course she would get lost in these experiences. Why are we on a boat? That bird? Yeah. There are people this way, though? I hear a people. Can we get the bird, though? Just out of curiosity? Woo! No? No? No. We cannot get the bird. Ah! Whoa! Whoa! A little hard to control the tempo. I'm so concerned that this child will be starved to death or something. I'm very worried about that. Ah! Okay. Now I'm trapped back here with the stool. Okay. Out. Whoa. Bird! Hello!
After the last passenger, I was still hungry. And to crossed the water, we smelled something new. Something I had to have, so I swam towards it.
Oh, we're still a monster.
I slithered onto the sand, and the good smell went into an old pipe.
Came out through the toilet and is now back in their house.
I got closer
maybe?
and closer.
Back in their house, back in her room. Okay.
All of my stomach started growling. And suddenly, I was me again. I held my breath for a long time, but I couldn't hear anything. I think it's waiting for me to fall asleep. But it's not going to wait much longer. It needs to feed, and we both know I will be delicious.
I'm not sure if I believed all of that, but I'm sure Edie would have.
Edie would have believed it? To me, it sounds more like kind of a silly story written by a kid fantasizing. But of course, I don't know this world. I don't know how much it is our real world. I don't know if it even has any supernatural elements because I'm going into it so blind. I have no idea, honestly. It is a mystery to me. A cat? Oh my god! She's really there! Or was. Kitty? Edith, are we really about to go out here?
This will be obvious later, but my mom never told me any of these stories. Edie would have, but Mom didn't like bringing up the past.
It'll be obvious
Though,
later, she said.
when we adopted a stray kitten, she was the one who named it Molly.
Oh, that's where the name Molly for a cat came from. I see. So, Molly.
I spent a lot of time in Great-Grandma Edie's room.
Lurpy? Oh my god! Edie had birds. Edie was a crazy bird lady. I love her already. Oh my god! Rob, Lurpy, Purpley. Oh! Oh, Burpy. Bob. That's so cute. Oh my god, Bob was a snake. These were all birds, but Bob was a snake. I am delighted. It is so sweet that they're all like sort of memorialized like this and in cages, and certainly reminiscent of the fact that Mom apparently went around and locked all these doors to preserve memories, it seems. I'm opening up the pause screen again because I want to look at this. I need a reminder. So, Edie is born in 1917. Molly, 1937. Sven is on this little leaf, I guess because he died? Well, no, because Milton and Lewis are also listed here, and they died. I don't know who Kay is, but Sven apparently died, and shared a room with Calvin. Future Red here, I clearly mistook Sven's name for Sam, or whatever. I confused the two S names. I'm sorry, I'm bad with names. Oh, let me go to the bathroom before I keep playing. And we're back now. I had a parakeet. She was also a white and blue parakeet. She was mostly white with just a little bit of blue, barely any blue. She was very beautiful. Her name was Coco, and I miss her. I do. What does this one say? Perpy? There's Purpley, and is that Perpy or Furpy? I don't know. I think that says Furpy. Oh my god, cutest little names. Derpy! Oh, we got, what, 2 parakeets? No, maybe 3 parakeets? I can't tell what kind of bird that one is. It might be another parakeet. The beak shape is kind of parakeetish. A parrot? A cockatiel. Is that some kind of finch or yeah, I think that's some kind of finch. I actually don't know the difference between most finches. To me, they are all so perfect and little and cute and amazing. They all end up kind of being very similar, but this red one is so cute. A red finch of some kind, so maybe like a house finch or something. I don't know, but Bob is a snake and I love it. And you, I don't even know. I love it though. Some kind of pigeon. I love it. Aww. So
Edie knit me a new pair of gloves every year, just in time to replace the old ones.
Very crafty person, I see. Who clearly liked to do paintings. I mean, Edith did say she did a portrait of her or something. Maybe it's this one. The last time she was in the room. Murder probe clues exhausted? Murder. Aw, is that a picture of her painting that room? So Edith Sr. It's Walter, her child, Calvin and Sam, Barbara, Molly. Oh, wait. It's occurring to me, if she was born in 1917, right? Somewhere down here. Are these her children? I was thinking they're her siblings, but it's occurring to me, 1917. Molly's therefore, what, 20 years older than her? I mean, oh my god, can I use my words? 20 years younger than her. I guess that's her daughter. Barbara, also. Yeah. And then Odin is Edie's father, who died the same year Molly was born. Future Red here, I can't help but feel that the fact Odin died the same year as Molly's birth, I can't help but feel like that's important. I mean, it's obviously going to have been important for Edie's mental health, right? It's most likely a trigger for this lifelong obsession with death. Maybe it even like changed the way she viewed Molly. I guess I'll leave it there to not spoil anything else. Okay, continue. I'm sorry. And then we've got Gregory, Lewis, Milton, and Edith Jr. That's me. This is very, very cute. I like the little rubber duck.
Her room was like a museum.
Odin, that's for her father, I suppose.
For 500 years, the Finches have been famous throughout Norway for their fortune. And misfortune.
Really? Oh!
Odin Finch buries the latest victims of the family curse. His wife, Ingeborg, and their newborn son, Johan.
Family curse? Uh-oh.
On January 7th, 1937, he set sail with his family and his house, hoping to leave the curse behind.
He set sail with his house?
But 40-foot waves off the coast of Washington send the house and Odin to the bottom of the sea.
Wait. Okay.
Odin's daughter Edie, with husband Sven and baby Molly, step ashore on their new home, Orcas Island. Odin Finch is the first to be buried in the new family cemetery. His daughter Edie is already dreaming of a new Finch house.
Oh! Right, I have to step away physically. Got it.
Whatever's wrong with this family, it goes back a long ways.
Okay. What? Ooh. Mysteries of Death and Thereafter. Oh, that's a book written by Odin Finch, huh? Oh, that's fun. Joining the great majority. Oh. That's fucking sad. So Sven is Edie's husband. Got it. Oh, man. So, I'm curious now why the Leafs... I mean, I already forgot how to say it, but this is the wife that was the victim of a family curse? What about Sven? What about Sven? Oh, look at the Finches on the door. How nice. Sven and Edie. Yeah.
Edie gave a big interview about a mole man living under the Finch house. My mom was furious.
Oh my gosh, that's funny.
I hadn't thought of myself as Edith Jr. for a long, long time.
Now she's just Edith, I guess. Edie won't go. 72-year-old woman refuses to evacuate because of a little forest fire. Okay, why is this immediately reminding me of the man who refused to leave the base of that volcano? Oh my god, I am the worst with names. Let me look up what that was called. Okay, I did a very quick Google. His name was Harry Truman. Yes, it really was. And he refused to leave his home at Mount St. Helens at 83 years old because that was his home and he loved it, and he said he'd rather die there than evacuate. And he did. Him and his huge number of cats, which is super unfortunate because indeed the volcano erupted just like everyone said it would. Is that why Edie died? Is that maybe why?
When Edie told people Sven was killed by a dragon, she could also have said he was building a dragon-shaped slide that collapsed. She could have, but she didn't.
Oh my god, wait, that's so fucking sad. First, it was funny. Killed by a dragon, like, oh, how silly. And then I realized, oh my god, that's... First of all, a horrible freak accident. Tragedy indeed. Tragedy strikes. I see that. Oh. Oh, okay. But... it's also still sitting out in the yard. That's fucking
Even in her
sad.
90s. Sometimes Edie seemed a lot younger than my mother.
Aw. Oh, look at the little... Oh, the little Snow White dwarves are really cute. All of this is really cute. So sad that she lost her husband like this, though. Oh, that's kind of strange to see there. Taxidermy for the home. Built 1937, Sven Finch.
One summer, they evacuated the island, but Edie refused to go. For a few weeks, she was a celebrity.
Well, at least she didn't die there. Molly Concepts. Mural sketches. What is that about? Molly Concepts. Future Red here. So I'm sitting here while editing, and I'm thinking about concepts, right? What would you put in a binder labeled concepts? And all I can think of is like sketches or ideas for stories, you know? That got me thinking about Barbara, which you will see later in the just on the off chance that you are in fact watching this having never played the game before and don't want spoilers. I will not say it yet, but it made me think of Barbara and I had to pause and insert my thoughts because it feels important. Okay, now continue. My Friend Bigfoot. That's cute. Isn't that the that's the movie that I forgot her name. The other kid was in. Conspiracy Now. Oh, these are so cute. Look at that little shark made out of paper. I love it. There's a lot of really beautiful, sweet details in this game. Very detailed. Okay. Pink fluffy room. This is
The only trace Grandpa Sam's first wife, Kay, left on the house was the pink bathroom.
Oh.
It was a pretty big trace.
Yeah, it's a very pink bathroom. Isn't this the bathroom that we literally saw through the... through a peephole? Because I remember the Mount Rainier National Park and everything. I remember seeing the fuzzy pink stuff. It is. There's the peephole and there's the sealed off fucking door. Huh. And there's that house on the sea. And yes, I see a locked book. That is really intense. That padlock on a fucking book. Very, very intense. Wait, so Sam's wife? Wow, this is a big family. Sam's wife. I don't even remember who Sam is anymore, but apparently Sam's first wife, Kay, left this pink-ass bathroom around. Okay. And this? There's a Secret in the Bathroom by Sven and Edith Finch. A book by Sven and Edie?
There's a secret in this bathroom. It's in the last place you would look. It isn't in the cupboard. It's hidden in this book.
Whoa! This is one secret of fucking family. Okay.
Sven gave Sam an old camera
Darkroom?
he'd refurbished. He never put it down.
Okay. Calvin Finch died 1961 after being born in 1950. This is crazy how many kids in this family die at about 10 or 11 years old. Is that part of this crazy family curse? Why does this image of the swing on the tree remind me of the giving tree? I know you remember the giving tree, and if you don't, you must be very young. Please go look it up and read it. Murder probe, clues exhausted. That's what it said on the newspaper out there, too. Who was murdered? Obviously, so many people in this family have died as children. I'm sure at least one or two of them was murdered. Oh my god, Milton. Didn't Milton disappear, but Mom insisted he was still alive? That's freaky as shit. Couple turns land into a native haven. Okay. Dog! Oh, what a cutie pie! Oh. Oh my god. Sam and Calvin. Fort Calvin is roped off. I see. Sam and Calvin. Were they, twins or just, brothers? Let me look at this again. Sam and Calvin. Well, they were born the same year, 1950, so they might have been twin boys. Just based on the similarities of their paintings, it does seem like they might have been twins. Sam and Calvin. Command Center. This is really cute and sad as hell to think that
I knew Grandpa
Calvin
Sam had a twin.
Twin?
And that he never talked about him.
Well, if his twin, who he was this close with, died, I am not surprised he could never talk about him. I'm really not. 1961. Oh, they definitely didn't leave in 1961. Oh my god. And I don't think they closed up the room in 1961 either. 1961 is when Calvin died. That's so fucking sad. Oh, that's so fucking sad. They just left the calendar there. Fort Calvin and Fort Sam. And Calvin's side just remained as it was, I guess. But this one, you know, he went on to grow up. Like he joined the Marines, it seems. So that's something, you know, he graduated high school and everything, and then Calvin, just all his little childhood toys. Future Red here. Before you freak out that I didn't go see Calvin's story up his little stairs. I didn't. You're right. At least not at this point. I did not realize I should go up there. I don't know why. Honestly, looking back, it is so clear. But I didn't. However, I do go back and watch it at the end of the video, so don't worry. You're going to hear plenty of my thoughts on that later on. Whoa. Talk about secretive. Holy shit. Very extreme. What a paranoid family. There's something very, very, very interesting about this image crawling down this dark tunnel towards a sad jack-o'-lantern.
The passages were a pretty tight fit. They'd obviously been built for smaller hands and bellies.
Yeah, probably. Future Red here. I am so sorry I keep stopping to give my future thoughts, but I cannot help myself. I am a little taken aback hearing that these tunnels must have been built for smaller hands and bellies. Smaller? I thought Edie would have built these tunnels. Edie, the grown-up. I mean, not Edie herself, but her husband technically built this house, and it has become full of these little secret tunnels and things because of Edie, I would assume, and Dawn. Like, I don't think a child built this. So, what the hell were these adults doing building secret passages for children? And why has Milton clearly been the only one down here? I don't want to get too ahead of myself for anyone who hasn't played the game, but it's making me think. So, interesting. Carry on. A lot of wine back here. Oh, we're in a wine thing. I remember seeing this out in the living room area. Yeah, we're inside it. How unusual. Wait. Well, I don't know. Let's open this. But we're not going in it yet. I just want it open. I want to go in here because I see Milton's name. Milton drew this, and is that? Ugh! Okay, that is like a work outfit that's been draped over here. Okay. Barbara. Barbara's room? Oh! You've never been in Barbara's room. Ooh.
Growing up, I always thought of Barbara as a child star.
I see why. Seems like that's what she was known for. Barbara Finch even got her own little, like, Barbie, which is adorable as hell. No, I'm not trying to get... Okay, I thought maybe there was some kind of different interaction. No, it was not. It was just to go back in. Silly, silly. This is an incredibly creepy cutout, though. Like, that is really creepy.
I never thought about how hard it must have been for her afterwards.
Yeah, to be a child star for only a couple of years and then just live your life? Yeah. Most people who are child stars today, well, they usually fall apart, don't they? They usually completely fall apart. It's not a good life. It's not a sustainable life. It's a life that'll break you down. Wow. Like, they didn't just preserve it as it was. They preserved it as it was. That is a cookie cake and, like, a soda or something having spilled over, and they just left it there. I'm shocked there aren't bugs all over it. instead it's just kind of rotten into a solid, probably rock hard lump. They got a cookie cake for Barbara's birthday and it never got touched. Cigarettes, I mean, yeah. Oh, look how cute that is, that little drawing that says Rick. How very like a young woman or young girl doing the little doodles of a cute boy. Rick with little hearts around it. Oh, such a cute boy. I love those little doodles on the Post-its too. I can't get over how detailed and gorgeous this game is. The details are fabulous, and I feel like the symbolism is really intense too, although I still don't have the full picture yet, so I'm not privy just yet to how much symbolism is going on. The end of it, I would hope so. Dreadful stories. Oh, guest starring Barbara Finch. Look at that.
Of all the stories people wrote about Barbara's death, I'm surprised Edie saved this one.
Stories about Barbara's death. Wait. Oh, I wish I didn't have such a bad memory. One of the things we saw in another room involved someone dying because they got beaten with a crutch? Did I make that up? Was it a different story? I don't know, but what's happening here? I don't know. Guest starring Barbara Finch. Oh.
Old Jack here with another ghastly tale inspired by America's most unfortunate family. I'm calling it The Surprise Ending of Barbara Finch. As a child star, Barbara was famous for her scream.
Oh.
Now at 16, she was all washed up. A has-been. But in a lucky break, she'd been asked to perform her signature scream at a local convention for monster movie fans. It was just the boost her career needed. Unfortunately, her scream hadn't aged well.
Getting better. I think you just need the right motivation.
Her biggest fan and current boyfriend, Rick, was about to demonstrate when...
Now that was a great scream.
It was Barbara's father, Sven. He'd slipped into a table saw and had to be rushed to the emergency room.
Oh
so
my
Barbara
God.
got stuck babysitting her youngest brother, Walter. Her convention comeback was cancelled.
Okay, I'm hearing frustration, but I'm not hearing terror. What if I tried...
A gang of hoodlums in Halloween masks have been terrorizing Orcas Island tonight. Police are urging residents to...
That came from the basement.
You're right! Also, I loved your delivery on that. Why is your basement door locked?
Because my dad likes making puzzles and secret passages. There's a key hidden in the music box. The secret is to keep winding and winding until finally the key pops out.
Oh.
Thanks, babe. I'll be back in a sec.
20 minutes later, Rick hadn't returned. So Barbara went to look for him, right on cue.
Oh no.
She reached for the music box. And as she wound the key, she listened for Rick, but the house was silent.
This style is incredible. Oh. Didn't expect to suddenly be inside a comic book. What? Oh, God.
She found Rick's crutch and imagined the worst.
Yeah? Holy fuck. What the actual hell?
The gang's leader is the infamous Hookman killer, Dr. Carl Hamill, who impaled and then ate his family 10 years ago tonight.
Table saw. This is crazy. God, this style is awesome. Holy
Finch
fuck.
rattled and grew still.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh!
Rick?
Barb, relax. I was just trying to
God.
scare you
Of
to help
course
you
he
find your
was.
scream.
Well, I'm not scared, Rick. I'm furious.
Then act furious. All I'm getting from you now is that you're hurt and confused and
She threw him out,
Yeah,
but she
I would too.
kept a little something to remember him by.
Barb, have you seen my other crutch?
And she was still holding it when she fell asleep watching the late picture show. Hours later...
Barbara! Walter, what's going on up there? Ah! Okay, I'm coming up, but if this is a trick, you're dead, Walter.
Okay. This is so cool, dude. This is so fucking cool. This comic book style version of the same house is wild. Ah, I love this so much. Walter? Walter Finch. This is his
Walter,
room.
are you there? Walter had vanished, but his bedside radio was still on.
Orcas Island police describe the man as 6 feet tall, with a steel hook for a hand. Residents are urged to lock all doors and windows and notify the police of any suspicious activity.
Barbara turned, saw the hook man, and was speechless. He was quite smashing.
What?
And he was. He couldn't get enough of Barbara.
Okay, Barbara, there's gotta be another way out of here.
Like the secret door or the window? Probably the secret door, right?
That night, she played her part beautifully. Molly's door hadn't been opened in years. The hinges groaned.
What? Oh, oh, oh!
He wasn't moving, but she sensed the story might not be over yet.
Okay. What the fuck is even going on? This is nuts. Okay. Oh, look, this door's open. I don't think it was open a second ago. Oh, that's because I just came out of there. Genius. Oh. Okay. Maybe I should run downstairs and hit him again or something?
The hookman had vanished. She listened for his breathing, but all she heard was...
What is that in the corner there? It's nothing, but I see shapes that I can't determine, and I immediately am curious, but I think it's nothing. I'm coming, door.
Was dying to speak to young Barbara. At the door, she heard whispering. It was coming from inside the house.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
You were wonderful. The monsters had come to surprise her. For Barbara, it was a dream come true. Then she saw what kind of monsters they were, and she realized what was about to happen. She was going to be famous. And with her final breath, Barbara Finch gave the performance of her life. I wasn't there myself, but I hear Barbara was magnificent. Poor girl. She had a taste for stardom. But unfortunately, so did her fans. Of course, the police blamed it all on poor Rick, who disappeared the same night. And little Walter? Hiding under his bed the whole time. He took it all pretty hard, but that's another story. As for Barbara, tucked inside the music box is all they ever found of her. Her ear.
Whoa!
Now that's what I call a real eerie tale.
Wow, that was wild.
Edie told me all Barbara wanted was to be remembered, as absurd as that comic was. Maybe what Edie saw was a happy ending.
Future Red here. I think that Edie is overly obsessed with a happier version of death being the way she'd prefer things to be remembered. I'm remembering also the way that Edie would lie about the way her husband died. Like, lie by omission. She would say that he was killed by a dragon. That is such a fanciful and, like, almost jokey way of telling people that your husband was killed in a freak accident. It's bizarre. And sure, I can potentially view that like a coping mechanism to stay in denial about his death. But when it's your own child, when it's your own child who's died, what are you doing clinging to this, like, cartoonish version of her murder? Like, that says something about Edie's mindset, at the very least. Ugh. Doesn't seem like much of a happy ending to me. They've all had ridiculously sad shit. Okay, so she was murdered. 1944 to 1960? What is that, 20? I can't do math, holy shit. 16? There's no way. 16? She was only 16? Yo, that's fucked up. Okay. Really fucked up. Okay. And Walter was born in 52. So Walter is Barbara's son, right? That's kind of how that seemed. These are all Edie's children, I see. So Edie had Molly, who died when Barbara was like 3. Then she had Calvin and Sam, and Calvin died. And Calvin died, holy shit, Calvin died 1 year after Barbara. Barbara was only 16, Molly was only 10, Calvin was only 11. Edie had it rough. Oh my god. Fucking hell. This poor family. It is so sad to see things preserved like this. Just, you know, a 16-year-old in the, what is it, the 50s? Late 50s? Working at a diner. Her work uniforms are still out here. She's got her roll of film. Typewriter, even the cake. The cake from, I guess, what would have been her 16th birthday. Wow. It's fucking sad.
I guess now I know why Mom didn't like me playing with the music box.
I guess so. Should we come out this way now? Yeah. Barbara's room. Should we go play with the music box, though? I think we should. Was the 3rd floor maybe where young Edith Jr.'s room was? Maybe that's where her room was. That's why we haven't seen it.
It's funny. All those times I played with the music box and never found the basement key.
Well, now we can find it. So it's funny because this is Walter's room. At least we just learned that it was Walter's room. But Walter lived to be over 50 years old. 53? So he didn't die some tragic death here as far as we know. So the kids who died, the people who died as kids got their rooms sealed off. Molly, Barbara. Big family, though. A little hard to keep track of all the names when you're bad at names. But, yeah, my point is that I guess that's why this room is not preserved. Because he didn't die as a child here. Is that supposed to be the house that Odin, which is such a crazy name, Odin yanked across the sea with him and then drowned? What am I doing? I'm trying to go down. Jesus.
I wonder if that comic was right about there being a key inside the music box near the basement.
We'll see. We'll see. It was down here, right? I actually don't remember where the music box was. Aren't I great? It's a nice coffee table.
Even the fireplace had a story. Edie told me the bricks came from the original house, after it sank.
After it sank, huh? That's cool. I love that effect. I love what they do with the words in this game.
Maybe I should go check out that music box
Yours.
down by the basement.
Yes, I know. We absolutely should. That's exactly what we're going for. Thank you. Barbara. Let's see. And then we're supposed to keep turning it. There we go. Off we go to the basement where Barbara died, apparently, right? We got a pool table. Oh. Ooh, the fucking
Mom said the
table
basement
saw.
was off limits, unless I wanted another tetanus shot.
Yeah, table saw and all that. Dangerous. It's cool. Sven liked to carve stuff. He was clearly very crafty. Everyone in this family was very crafty. Well, I don't know about everyone, but we got people who build houses, craft stuff out of wood, paint stuff. We got an actor in the family. Good stuff.
I saw Edie sneak down to the basement once, carrying packages.
Really?
I thought maybe she was hiding presents. It turned out she was hiding a lot more than that.
Whoa.
I remember asking Mom once about where Walter had gone. She said after Barbara died, he got as far away as he could.
Okay, so whatever I said before about Walter not dying a horrible, tragic, young death. Young, maybe not, but something certainly happened to him, huh?
If there's a pattern in all these stories, I think it's that none of us has gotten very far.
Future Red here. There is definitely a pattern to these stories. 2 of Edie's children were murdered. Molly, seemed to have starved to death, and that would be 100% her mom's fault, aka murder. Murder by neglect. Murder by starvation. Then we have Barbara, who was murdered in their home, and Walter saw it happen. Do we even actually know who's responsible for Barbara's death? No. Her boyfriend? Maybe. The only story we've been given is a fictionalized version involving monsters, which I don't think really happened. So yes, I am starting to see a pattern, and I am feeling very much like she's right. Nobody gets very far when it comes to potentially discovering Edie's secrets, I guess. So, did Walter just move down to the basement? And stay here for 50 fracking years?
Goodbye, everyone. I can't believe I've been down here for 30 years. On that first day, after the shaking started, I didn't think I'd survive a week. But after a few days, I settled into a routine. That's what kept me sane. Having a schedule, living for today. I always expected to be dead tomorrow. But if you wait long enough, you get used to anything.
76. A routine, huh? You're saying for years.
Even a monster on the other side of the door starts to feel normal. Almost friendly.
Future Red here. A monster on the other side of the door? That seems almost friendly. Monster? I'm recalling Barbara again. Okay, I feel like a lot of things are coming back to Barbara and Molly. Who's he calling a monster? I still don't fully know if there's an actual supernatural element in this game. And yes, I'm coming from the future, having already finished the game. A lot of this feels like it's so much up for interpretation that I don't know. I don't know how much of a supernatural element there really is, but I can't help but think there isn't actual monsters. So then who is the monster that's right on the other side of the door? Is it just the train that he's talking about? The train that apparently seems to pass right by the basement of this crazy house? Why does it pass right there? That is very surprising. Honestly, it seems like an incredibly isolated little spot, so I'm very confused by that. Eating canned peaches every single day.
And then one day, everything just
2005.
stopped.
12 o'clock.
Whatever that thing was, it was gone. Maybe it got tired of waiting. Or maybe I just got tired of being afraid. It's been a week now, the longest in 30 years. I'm done waiting. I have to leave while I still can.
While I still can. It's been a week. This time there was no canned peaches. Leave while I still can? Huh! The crutch! Holy shit! He really has just been living down here for 30 years, down where his mother was murdered. Oh! Holy fuck. What? Oh, apparently I did that wrong. Very well close up. I'm a little too far-sighted for that, but echoes from afar. Huh. Isolation syndrome. Food of the world. Protection from demons. Barbara Finch, child star. Psychic self-protection. Warding away spirits. Malevolent monsters. The dark defense. Train modeling. Haunted. A guide. Ghost trapping. Oh my gosh, this is wild. Curses and other evils. The Finch curse? There's a book about it? I guess apparently this family is famous for this curse, so I guess so. I guess
I know it's
might
out
be
there
books.
somewhere. Whatever killed Barbara and Molly.
Right, I kept saying where his mom died, right? But no, I think that was his sister, not his mom. I'm losing my mind. Too many names. So something
And Calvin.
killed all these fucking kids. Future Red here. Again, I am so sorry for continually interrupting, but something killed these kids. And he's listing the kids that were killed by this, mysterious monster, or at least what he assumes is a monster, the thing on the other side of the door. He apparently saw Barbara get murdered, didn't he? So he knows what killed her. Of course, he was just a child, so there's a very good chance that the trauma of seeing that sort of warped what actually happened in his head to protect him, like a coping mechanism. And he may have started to see what happened to her as an attack by a monster. But then he's listing Molly. We know what happened to Molly, I mean, in a vague sense. And he listed Calvin, too, who at this point, we don't know how he died because silly past me did not actually get a chance to watch that death. However, at the end of the video, like I said, there will be a moment where we get to explore that, so don't worry. He also, tiny spoiler alert, I guess, died of a freak accident. So, I don't know.
Maybe this is all a mistake. But I need to stop living the same day, even if it kills me.
Has he been down here because...
Whatever's out there, I want you to know I'm ready for it.
Did he lock himself in here? Or, wait a second. Wait a fucking second. Hold on. Oh, fuck. So Barbara died in 1960. Calvin in 1961. So Walter was... Wow, only 8 years old when his older sister Barbara died. Molly died before he was born. Calvin died 1 year later, and then he isolated in the basement. And the question I've got now is, did he lock himself in the basement intentionally, or was he locked in there to keep him safe?
I'm going to appreciate all of it, especially the food.
Because we've clearly got a family.
I don't mind if I only have a year left.
A year?
Or a month. Or a single week. I'd be happy with one new day. I can already imagine the sun on my face.
Walter died when I was 6. I can't believe my mom never told me he was down here.
Your mom never told you he was down. Holy shit. So Dawn is mom, right? Dawn is your mom. And she knew that Walter, who I guess is her brother, was just down here. And then he died like the minute he left. I feel like he must have been trapped down there to keep him safe from this curse. By Edie, maybe? Or by Dawn, or both, or something? Just to try and prevent more death? Maybe? But then the minute he got out,
I'm sure my mom was trying to protect me.
Probably, but what a bizarre, horrible secret to keep. Okay. Wow. He's got a window looking onto a painting. This poor fucking guy. They just kept him in the fucking basement. I'm sure my mom was trying to protect me. It seems like the intention behind a lot of the actions in this family was about protecting each other from the curse, but
Maybe she was afraid I'd end up like Walter.
End up like Walter? Future Red here. Yes, end up like Walter. Because I'm starting to think that if you get too close to the family secret, you end up like either Walter or Milton. Dun dun dun. Proceed. Wonder why she would fear that.
But if she never told me about an uncle under the house, I can only imagine what else she was hiding.
Right?
I don't want to make the same mistakes she made.
Oh my god, I don't like that I can hear flies. I don't like this at all.
Trying to bury something that's still alive. Now that there's only one of us left, or maybe two,
maybe two, right, the other brother.
I thought it was time I heard the stories for myself and found out what happened to everyone else. But now I'm worried the stories themselves might be the problem. Maybe we believed so much in a family curse, we made it real.
So fucking sad, dude. Future Red here. I am thrown by the fact that the railroad seems to just taper off the cliff. If Walter was hit by a train, where was the train coming from? I suppose this railroad could have been broken since then? Since 2005? But again, quite bizarre that there was even a train going this way in the first place. Right underneath the Finch's house? Just seems so strange. It feels more likely that the Finches built their crazy house on top of where a railroad track used to be, like an old one. But then again, a train came and hit Walter. So the story tells us, at least. So, I don't know. Just interesting. Chairs. There's folding chairs in the trees. Okay.
I don't know if I should even be writing this.
It's occurring to me that Edith is only 17. Barbara was 16. Everyone in this family seems to die young. I'm very concerned about Edith now. But like she said, Maybe there isn't actually any family curse at all. And it was all just fear making it real.
Maybe it'd be better if all this just died with me.
No, honey, why?
But I thought you should know about your family. And the history you're a part of. Though to be honest, I feel as lost as you probably do right now.
I wonder if she's talking to...
I think the people in these stories believed them, for what that's worth.
So eerie, dude. So eerie.
And when you look at the house, that history of imagination and stubbornness and madness. Any of it seems possible. I think we've been surrounded by death for so long, we've just gotten used to it. What kind of family finishes building a cemetery before starting the house?
A family that's full of death, I guess. Or a family that's very dedicated to preserving memory. Very afraid of loss. Very used to loss. Both. There is the cemetery.
It's embarrassing for me to admit this, but the pet cemetery made me more uncomfortable than the human one.
Is the pet cemetery? Oh, all the birds. Oh, stop, I'm gonna cry.
3 of the gerbils are mine, and too had been my fault.
Oh. Christopher the fish. Oh, Shadow the cat. Shotzi. Oliver's a bunny, I guess. We got Bob the dog. Lucy a dog, too. Derpy and Derpy Jr. Oh my god, that's cute. Burpy, Chirpy, Furpy, Lurpy, and Zerpy. Beautiful. Lucy, Daisy, Charlie, Tucker, Coco, Zoe, Bailey. Aw, little frog.
Sven built the house, but it was Edie who designed the cemetery.
Edie designed this. Curious about this. Obviously she was the most recent one to die, which is why she's got the candles out. This. We don't even know how Edie died, right? Not yet. Future Red here. I think the reason there's a book on Edie's tombstone is that she is the storyteller. I think she loves to write stories. She loves to tell stories. And all these stories, at least so far, of all these deaths from her family seem to come from her. As for what those letters are all about, I don't know. They could be completely random. But my quick little word search moment left me with debut Finch. Debut definitely brings to mind, like, a performance, right? She seems very much about life being a bit of a performance. Just interesting. I don't know. She just got a star. Movie star till the very end.
I'm sure Odin's monument had been Edie's idea. My mom was always trying to move on, but for Edie, the past never went away.
That makes sense. My cat is sneezing on me right now. Sorry, guys. Let's not do that, baby. Two paths up here. This one. What's this? Oh. Gregory, Sam, and Gus.
Her dad had been pretty strict, but it wasn't enough to save her brothers. She was just trying to do better.
These were her brothers. Oh. Let's see. Gregory died only after a year. Oh my god. That's so sad. Well, less than that, actually. I mean, more than that, sorry. 2 years. Sam only lived to be 23. Wait, no, I can't do math. 33. And of course he's got the American flag because he joined the Marines. Gus lived to be 13? Am I doing the math right? 1970 to 1980 is 10. Plus 2, and then plus 1. That's only 13. check up here, but I feel like I should. I want to see all of these, though. Oh. I don't even know who Sanjay is yet. We haven't even heard about this person.
She lost 2 of her brothers, just like I did. I get why she tried so hard to protect us.
Sanjay and Louis. Sanjay Kumar. So Sanjay was born 1966? Dawn lost so many people. So Sanjay. Sanjay, the way she said that sounded like Sanjay was one of her brothers. But he was born in 66. Huh. Let's go check out this monument before we walk back up that way, which seems to lead back to the house.
She could see it poking out of the water at low tide.
Can't do anything with this. I can't zoom in. I can't focus. Nothing. That's all I can do is look at it, I guess. I'll look again, though. Let's see if I can move this around more. I cannot. Okay. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Back.
Edie's side was always easier for me to understand. But the older I get, the more I can see where my mom was coming from. We never found Milton's body, so my mom insisted we were putting up a monument, not a tombstone.
That's why it only says his birth date. That is so fucking sad. It's weird that a mom insists that after he went missing when she knows about the curse. She's actively trying to prevent more of her family from dying horrifically in freak accidents and such. It's weird that
There's
she
so
would
many
insist
things I wish I could ask
he's-
my mom now. Part of me thinks this is what she wanted all along. For me to come back someday and find everything out for myself.
Is there a chance Milton is alive? Because that would be wild. But with the fact that apparently the uncle was just under the house this whole time and nobody told anyone. I wouldn't be surprised if Milton is in hiding somewhere too. One second. Okay.
But looking back on it now, if she told me there was going to be so much climbing, I never would have come when I was 22 weeks pregnant.
Oh, she's talking to her child. I was wondering if she was. Oh, girl, you got pregnant at like 17. That's not great, but... yeah, I wouldn't be doing all this climbing either, girl. Oh, there's a ladder on that. Over here. It's not a ladder I can go up. Oh, it is, okay.
I never met Grandpa Sam, but I think he and my mom had a lot in common.
Oh, Grandpa Sam. Oh, Grandpa Sam? A different Sam, or the same one who lost his twin? I didn't think Sam was your grandpa, but I guess he was. Grandpa who was born 2 years before Uncle Walter? Maybe this is a different Sam. I guess we'll see. Future Red here. Sorry. For some reason, I seem to be struggling to remember the fact that Edie is the great grandmother. So Edie had a bunch of children, including Sam. Sam went on to have Dawn. I have never met any great grandparents of my own. Maybe that's why it just doesn't feel like a normal thing to think of for me. But I don't know. Apologies for my misunderstanding of the timeline and all these names. What can I say? A lot of names to keep track of, and I have a very tiny little memory bank. Sorry. Maybe I'm just getting confused by all the family names. Yeah, probably. I do get easily confused by lots of names. Don't mind me. Try not to judge me too harshly for it.
They were both pretty intense.
Yeah, I see that. Taxidermy and all that. Yeah, taxidermy and all that. Yep. Sam. U.S. Marines. Maybe Uncle Sam, haha, was named after Grandpa Sam.
Sam spent his life shooting photos, but Mom said he got nervous being in front of the camera. I guess we're all afraid of something.
I'm obviously gonna open that, don't worry, but I gotta look around.
Instead of hiding from death, Sam seemed to go out of his way to meet it.
What, like with the hunting and army stuff and taxidermy? Yeah. I like the cat sculpture though. That's adorable. Hello. Sparrow Airlines. Kay Finch. Kay was a first wife? Oh, I'm getting so confused by who's who. Kay must have been Sam's wife, right? Maybe if I look at that letter on the table, I'll get some better idea. Yeah.
Dawn, I promise, you'll never forget this weekend.
Yes, sir.
These memories are gonna last a lifetime.
Hmm? Am I gonna have to shoot anything?
It's a hunting trip, Dawn. Shooting is strongly encouraged.
Not quite.
Not quite. No shit, not quite. None of these are good because they're all just blurry photos of the inside of your car trunk.
Shouldn't we be leaving?
Yeah.
Just want to get a shot of you, Dawn, then we can take off.
Yeah, but I can't see her. I can't get a shot of her if I can't see her.
What?
Oh, got it.
Perfect.
Okay,
it's gonna rain the whole
Grandpa
weekend,
Sam.
isn't it? I will never forget this weekend, Dad.
That's the spirit.
Aww.
Smile, Dawn. Okay, got it.
I'm gonna take some pictures, okay?
Just be careful. That camera's older than you are.
Definitely should not have drunk all that coffee.
Hey!
That's a keeper.
I'm just saying, I'm not always gonna be here, Dawn. You'll need to remember this stuff, if you want to survive.
I'll be fine, Dad.
You know who else thought he was gonna be fine?
Some guy who died.
Dawn, I'm being serious.
I know, Dad. You're always serious. Doesn't being out here make you want to chill out?
Well, to tell you the truth, I haven't been out here in 20 years. Dawn, don't you think you could find something more interesting to photograph?
I don't
Last
know.
time I was with my brother Calvin. Man, that was a great trip. Your grandpa Sven taught us how to fish, how to build a fire. We found an old logging trail. There were deer everywhere.
Dad!
Good eyes, Dawn. Before you take the shot, let me get a picture of you.
Okay. Where? Huh?
Dad, I...
Just breathe. Turn off your imagination. Focus on your target. Let me get behind you.
Do I have to do this?
Dawn, you don't have to do anything. But if you want to survive, you'll need to be strong. Now keep yourself squared up, elbows down, like we practiced. Whenever you're ready.
Personally, I don't find there to be any strength in killing an animal. Maybe he's just trying to teach her how to hunt to survive, like to eat, but bizarre.
Great shot, Dawn.
Oh. Oh, this is how I would feel. Oh. Oh my god, kid. That breaks my heart.
I'm proud of you, Dawn. Always remember that, okay?
Oh.
Sorry, Dawn. Just gotta reset the timer.
There's a tiger apparently, and then what? What's happening? Oh. Oh, he's running to go be with her to take this picture. Okay, wait, what? Oh.
Dad, it's twitching. I think
That's
it's
totally normal, Dawn. Just focus on the camera.
Oh.
Try not to think about
Dad!
Oh my god.
Of all these stories, that's the one I wish most that my mom had told me.
What the fuck? All at once, during that shocking moment, I got a phone call and heard someone in the hallway and my cat jumped off my lap. Momentary overwhelm, but, holy shit! Holy shit indeed. Wow. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. That's quite a shock. I see what, whoops. I see why Dawn and Edie seem so wholeheartedly to believe in the curse. I don't know about Edie believing, but Dawn. I mean, Dawn's dad. After also all of these people, God, just Molly, Barbara, Calvin, Sven, Sam. I am getting a little confused here. Sam is Dawn's father. Wait, was Edie great-grandma? Is that the thing? Is that what I'm missing here? Is it Edie was the great-grandma? Maybe that's what it was and I fully forgot that. that may be possible. Yeah, I think Edie is a great-grandmother and I'm just silly and forgot the word great in there, making me immediately confused. Yeah, that makes sense. Edie is actually Dawn's grandmother. Everything makes sense now. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. This is so much death. And it's all freak accidents. All of them. Jesus, all of them. Well, freak accidents and apparently murder.
After Sam died, my mom and Edie got really close. They'd both lost a lot.
Yeah. Dawn lost her father, Edie lost her son. Got child stuff down here. Is this the baby that died? The one who was like 2 maximum? Oh! Stop pushing me back where I was not trying to go. Thank you. This is gonna be heartbreaking, isn't it? Oh boy. Gregory, Dawn, and Gus. Wait a second. Yeah. 68, 69, 76. Gregory, indeed, is the one who died. At like 2 years old. divorce contract? In re the marriage of Kay Carlisle and Sam Finch. Okay. A lawsuit has been filed against you. Oh. You have 20 calendar days after this summons is served on you to file a written response to the attached complaint/petition with the clerk of this court located blah blah blah.
Dear Kay, do you remember the way Gregory used to laugh when he thought...
Hold on, sweetie.
No. there's really something I'm supposed to be doing, like getting the frog to bounce all the way up to the thing up there, like that.
I know how silly it sounds. But I worried about a baby being too happy.
You worried about a baby being too happy.
But I could feel him slipping away.
Sorry about that, Gregory.
I know you did everything you could.
At least it wasn't a dragon.
Maybe if I hadn't called that night.
Right?
Damn it.
Or...
Hold on, I don't want Gregory to hear this.
It's, boinging kind of at the handle.
I wish. Sure he's happy. And he'd want you to be happy too. Good luck, Kay.
Not necessarily her
Love,
fault.
Sam.
But wouldn't blame him for blaming her. Oh, how awful. Oh. Oh, man, that's so fucking sad. Rest in peace, little baby Gregory. Just trying to live his little baby life. Babies are so vulnerable, man. They're so vulnerable. Oh, alright, I'm back. Sorry, guys. What can I say? I got fucking sad. Had to go get myself some more coffee. At least we know Dawn lived for at least a while. Till 2016, which was like last year. And then there was Gus. Gus, 1969 to 1982. Alright, born 1 year after Dawn, so they were almost the same age. Values worth having. Strength. Respect. And teamwork. Ooh. Yeah. I mean, they have army in the family, so it makes sense, I guess.
I can't imagine my mom ever writing poetry, and yet...
It's so sad this room became like a memorial for these dead children, except for Dawn. Except for Dawn, who survived. At least survived childhood. So 69 to 82 means this kid died at 13. Oh, and he was this cute kid who had a little faux hawk and everything. Oh. Monarch, Anarch. Oh, he was a little emo 13-year-old. A poem for
A poem for Gus, who always said the wedding was a bad idea. Our father never hit us kids, at least not very hard, before the day my brother said with teenage disregard that he'd be dead before he'd see a wedding in our yard.
Oh, I see. same... No. It's backwards, but I don't know what it says. Not the same poem. I think. If it is,
My father made him come, of course, but Gus stood far apart, just flew his kite and bottled up the storm inside his heart. I tried to talk him out of it, but though he'd never met her, "We don't need a stepmom," were the words that I
now
remember.
pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride.
Now kiss the bride. I've never met her.
When the time for photos came, Dad ordered him to come here. But Gus declined and as a sign held up his middle finger.
13-year-old boy. Unsurprising. So curious about the backwards writing. Oh. It was so depressing how
The wind picked up and panicked geese appeared and quickly went. But all the humans did that day was go inside the tent.
we keep seeing these, pretty much like living these last moments of these children.
The rain came down in buckets then, but no one seemed afraid that nature might destroy the tent our dad had crudely made. The thunder sounded much too close and full of angry power. But all my father said to this was, "Make the music louder." I wish that I could truly say I thought about you on that day. Out there on the beach alone, just you, the wind, the sea, and foam. But I didn't. Until we found you.
What?
She never talked about him, but Mom told me once if I was a boy, they were going to name me Gus.
Wow. Okay. Another freak accident. Holy fuck, this family. Okay, so I'm not surprised to hear that Sam, military taxidermy violence-obsessed type of guy. I'm not surprised to hear that he would hit his children. I'm not. But I'm heartbroken to hear it, too. Not very hard, it said. The poem said, but... doesn't really matter how hard it was. Obviously, it matters on some level how hard it is if you hit a child, but how about you don't hit a child, period, you know? Goblins, ghouls, Goblins and Ghouls Roleplay Manual. The Coil of the... Wait, oh. The Constitution for Kids. Great American Poetry. Raise flag 7:30 a.m.? Breakfast 8 a.m. Quiet time 11 p.m. Duties: Dawn, sweep, trash, Gus, mop, mow yard. Greg, be a baby. Okay, that's adorable. But this feels like, oh my god, routine. Jump rope 100 times. Jumping jacks 150 times. Push-ups 100 times. Oh my god, 100 crunches. Run to the mailbox and back. These children were put through the ringer. This is control. This is serious control. This is routine, but in a way that clearly is trying to create obedience in their children, not, creativity or just routine to keep them regulated. No, this is to control them. This is scary. This is a scary thing for me to see. Not duties. Everyone has duties. Weird way to put it, though. Everyone has chores. A lot of people have chores. That's not the weird part. It's the schedule. It's the list. It's the routine involving all of these workout routines. Excessively forcing your children to work out is a form of abuse. There have been children who've died from it. Because people will be like, it's not really abuse, I'm just forcing them to literally run their bodies into exhaustion until they die. You know what I'm saying? Literally is abuse. This, I don't know. I wasn't there, and I don't even have a good flashback yet to show us. But that mailbox is far. We saw that in the very beginning. This does not feel good. And because it has these timestamps on the top there, it feels like this is what you do in one day. And these were children. I mean, children. Greg was a baby, because this was written when Greg was a baby. Gus was 13 when he died, but he's up there too. This family has a big control issue. A big issue with control. Oh my god. Clearly. House rules. It's clearly a control thing. I mean, the doors being all sealed up is part of that, too. Desperate for control over life itself, over death itself, over anything unexpected that may or may not lead to a freak accident, I get it when I put it that way, when I say out loud the trying to prevent freak accidents part. I see why the rigidity and the control, but it clearly was not good for the children. And like Edith said, could it have been basically a self-fulfilling prophecy where their fear and intense control to prevent those deaths kind of indirectly caused it? Also, why is this room, attached to Sam's room? That's really creepy. That's really creepy to me. I guess just so that he could go check on his kids, right? But that is a weird, creepy, secret door. And I don't like that one bit. Not one bit. Yeah, okay. I don't know why it's only just hitting me that the ones on leaves aren't necessarily deaths, although they seem to be dead. Sanjay's dead, Sven, Ingberg, whatever. It seems they too were subject to the family curse, but these are people in the family by marriage, it's occurring to me. The people on the separate leaves. Just a random thing I'm realizing. Okay. People from the family by marriage. Well, okay. Why, milk? Why milk? Oh, I see. It's not milk. They cut holes in there. They made little bird feeders. Oh, that's so lovely. All right, now what am I doing? Wait, let me go back and see if there was anything I missed, because now I'm randomly wondering, did I miss anything about Dawn in there? I feel like I looked around the whole room, but there was such a sad story about Gregory and Gus. Now I'm wondering if I missed something about Dawn. Also just occurring to me about the kite. Oh. I want to go up there. I wish I could, but I cannot. Clearly, I cannot. Oh, wait. This is a rock climbing wall.
My mom moved up to the loft after her brothers died.
Oh, okay, I see. So I did miss something in here. That makes sense.
At the time, it was as far away as she could get.
And then later, her other brother, right? This is the coziest little room, though. Like, 20 out of 10 would move my ass into a room this cozy. I love tiny little cozy corners and enclosed spaces. I know. I am practically a claustrophobe's nightmare. It's okay. Oh, Sanjay, okay. Now we might learn about Sanjay, Dawn Finch. Fly to India. That's exciting. 10 ways to teach critical thinking.
She spent a summer building houses in Calcutta, where she met my dad, Sanjay.
Oh, that's your dad. How exciting. Oh, and sad because he died. Holy fuck. 1986. College application. Deadlines. Orca's Island is such a fun name for an island. And also kind of funny because, you know, killer whales.
My mom moved to India a week after graduation and got a job teaching English.
Oh, wait, I missed something.
Religion was another thing my mom never talked about, but I think it helped her a lot after her dad died.
Yeah. Spirituality helps a lot of people after a loss. Or when they're facing a loss, in particular. I remember my birth mother became very religious towards the end. She wasn't a particularly conservative person in life, and then all of a sudden, as her death approached, she became religious and got a little weirdly conservative, and I I don't like that part, but I fully understand throwing yourself into something that can give you any kind of hope, no matter how real it feels, for closeness to your lost loved ones or to your present loved ones as you're about to be the lost one. That was such a bad sentence, but at least it still got what I was trying to say across. Okay.
Louis was born a year later.
A year later? Oh, yeah. Okay. In 88. Everyone in this family has children so young, it feels like. She had children young, and now we've got a pregnant 17-year-old on our hands, too. Missing.
When my dad died, I don't think Mom knew where else to go. I'm sure Edie was happy to have her back. The house had to get a little bigger, but Edie was used to that.
I mean, everyone in this entire family seems to have moved into this house at one point or another, and then when they die, their rooms are just sealed off and preserved forever. Rather than just making space in those rooms or any of that, they just kept building more space up and up and up. And now we're all the way up here.
And for a while, things were good. Almost normal.
Our family history, fact or fiction? Oh my god. Oh, holy shit. One sec. Great job. Awesome. Multiplication tables. Homeschooling? Homeschooling. I mean, with this overprotective, fearful fucking attitude, I'm not surprised. Coffee. Oh, Mrs. Finch, indeed, this was a homeschooling thing. Look at that. Everyone was homeschooled? Because some of these people didn't even remotely live at the same time. You've got Barbara and Gregory. Like, always really good lessons for kids to learn. Analyze objectively, never stop learning, assume nothing, respect criticism, ask tough questions. I love it. Love it. I want to encourage the same of my children. I want to live by the same type of lessons too. Louis rules. I almost thought that said lulls, which would have been just as funny, but Louis rules.
But it didn't last.
Of course it didn't. To teach and learn. Oh, wow. Dawn wrote a book. Good for her, man. Good for her. Oh, look at these sweet little babies. Little babies. Scientific method. There we go. Very cool. They got some Bibles in here and a cross. And is that like photo of Dad? And a little photo, family photo here. I don't know what that says. Orcas Island Lutheran. Oh, okay. Odin Finch. Yo, the curse. It's like a school project. They did a school project. Edith did. I guess I did. A project on the curse. Starting with Edith Finch. That's crazy wild. I am so curious. Is it real? Was it just a big family self-fulfilling prophecy?
The beginning of the end was Milton's 10th birthday, when Edie gave him a castle.
Edie gave Milton a castle when he was 10. And he disappeared at 11 years old. A year later. All right. Up too. Okay. Look in first. Milton.
After Milton disappeared, the only thing he left behind was a room full of paintings.
Go in there in a second. Anything on this side? Look at that view. Holy shit. Tiny little shoe prints. Oh my god. Wow, creative.
I think Edie was happy to finally have another painter in the family.
I bet. God, I would kill to have a space like this with this, like, glass dome over my head. You could just see the landscape around you and paint, but still be indoors. That is the dream. Hello. Gorgeous. He's only 11? Got a talented 11-year-old. Milton. Stop. There is a book called The Magic Paintbrush, and it is one of the sweetest books from my childhood. I remember loving that book so much. Okay, let's look.
Milton Finch in The Magic Paintbrush.
Okay. Oh.
I was 4 when Milton disappeared.
2003. Oh, Milton. What do you think? Is he dead?
Mom spent months searching for my brother. Then she sealed the doors.
The sealing of the doors does tell me she sort of did come to the conclusion that he died, because that's what she did with all the other doors. But then she also insists he's not dead, and that's why she didn't put a death date on his tombstone and all of that.
Whatever Milton had found in the house, Mom didn't want it getting out.
Oh, he found something in the house? Future Red here. Once again, we're given a fictionalized version of what happened to someone, to Milton. Milton, whose body was never found. He found something, and now he's gone. I feel like there's no way around the idea that he was gotten rid of to cover something up. The family secret. Edie's secret, most likely. I think maybe he found out what happened to Molly. Or Barbara, or both. He was, after all, one of the only kids who got around through these little secret passageways, and I think, if I remember correctly, the only child who managed to get into Molly's room. Maybe that's why he disappeared. He got in there, he learned something, and I think that Edie covered something up. I think maybe she did something to him. Or if she didn't actually hurt him, maybe something happened to him like what happened to Walter. Maybe that's it. He just got locked in somewhere, and or maybe he really did manage to fully escape. I suppose it's possible. But what 11-year-old escapes and, like, successfully manages to survive on their own? Then there's the whole sealing of the doors question I also want to yap about. I keep thinking about the fact that apparently Dawn is the one who went around and sealed the doors on the night they left, or, like, just before they left, something like that. So if the doors are only sealed like that, you know, with, like, the I forget what that stuff's called, around the edges of the door, I think that may be the work of Dawn, but the locks themselves were the work of Edie. That's kind of what I would think. It's occurring to me that what Edith said was that Edie installed the peepholes to get back at the mom for sealing up the rooms. At the same time, Edith said she'd never been in Molly's room. In fact, I don't think any of the kids had been in Molly's room, so that room was already fully locked. Edie probably had a key to the locked rooms, but they were, you know, kept locked. And then Mama Dawn went around and decided to fully seal off those doors, like completely. But why? Maybe Dawn learned something and wanted to preserve evidence, maybe? Or just fully prevent her mom from going back into those rooms? Maybe Edie was revisiting those rooms too often for Dawn's comfort, especially after maybe Dawn learned something about those rooms, or, you know, the people who used to occupy those rooms. If we consider the idea that Edie may have had a hand in these deaths, then why would she be constantly revisiting those rooms? Could be guilt if she hadn't committed multiple murders at this point? Maybe, but more than likely it would be to relive the murders. That is what a lot of murderers do. That's why murderers take trophies, so that they can look at it and remember what they did. Curious about that. Oh, fuck. Find something? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. We're getting real high up now. Is this where you grew up, like, high up, girl? Because that looks horribly precarious. I would be terrified to set foot in here. As much as I love the idea of being up high in a place this woodsy, I would be too scared. I do love apartment buildings.
Mom
Those
definitely
really
blamed Edie, but I think Lewis blamed himself.
Why? Oh my god, why? He's just a kid. Lewis blamed himself? Wait. Oh my god. Yeah, Milton disappeared in 2003. And Lewis died 8 years later? Wait, no, I clearly really can't do math. 7 years later.
After he graduated, he just spent more and more time in his room. Until Mom got him a job at the cannery.
Everyone always told me to stay out of Lewis's room. Except Lewis.
He had a legalized marijuana poster and a hookah. Okay. And Lewis was 22. Okay, 22 when he died. That's heartbreaking. Whoa! These stairs lead to nothing. Okay. But I bet it looks like at some point they led to something. Boat? It is in fact a boat. Okay. Well, Lewis seems like one.
Lewis's room smelled very, very familiar. That part of him lived on.
What? I was not trying to believe. What on earth just happened? Stop doing that. Locker contents. He had a computer. Hell yeah. This was a cool dude. Just living his life. Heaps. Conspiracy Now. Dawn poetry recital? That's cute. Sam and Kay wedding. Oh, wow. Oliver Twist. Peter Pan. Wuthering Heights. Trust Me. The Red King's Dream. There's his high school diploma. Theodore's Quality Cigars. Oh, this door opens and everything. Okay, cool. Well.
Lewis and I spent a lot of time playing games together, but he was surprisingly bad at them. He died a lot.
Hmm. Institute of Psychology from Dawn.
Dear Mrs. Finch, as Lewis's psychiatrist, I can understand your desire for an explanation. As I see it, the trouble began in January, shortly after we convinced your son to seek treatment for substance abuse. Newly sober, I believe Lewis first noticed the monotony of his daily life. He kept working at the cannery, but he withdrew part of himself. In our sessions, I saw the same behavior. His mind began to... wander.
What? Took me way too long to realize what was happening here. This is a top-down image of a... Whoa. Okay, I see getting distracted to the point where the fish are starting to pile up. So let's be able to get these fish out of the way. Wow. Yeah, they just keep coming. Where's our little lizard dude?
I asked him to describe it.
Mine began to wander like ADHD.
He said he started small. Imagining a labyrinth. He'd feel his way about.
Sure, there is a crazy symbolism here where constantly having to cut off fish's heads, and they just don't stop coming. I have to see what happened to Lewis first.
Then something moved. Bats. And toads.
A dragon's okay.
And things that have not names. He knew it was all in his head.
All in his head, and then he starts cutting heads off of fish.
But he took it very seriously. I had hoped he'd find himself.
Wizard guy to his death.
But he found something more. I worried about him then. Daydreaming at the cannery. I spoke with his boss. But he said Lewis had become a model employee. Methodical, tireless, focused. Like a whole new Lewis. So I let him go on.
I'm concerned about not being able to see where the wizard guy is going. There he is.
I even encouraged him. It seemed very promising at first. He told me he'd made a new friend. on the edge of a city he named Lewis Topi. He built the city up slowly, brick by brick. Then he made musicians.
I'm gonna sneeze, sorry. Okay, sorry.
And songs for them to play.
Looks like a pretty dangerous job to not be paying attention to. Is he gonna get his hand cut off or something?
He talked about starting a band. And he was always humming something. Every day his imagination grew stronger.
Creative and imaginative family. That stuff does run in families. Oh my goodness, look at this cuteness. Okay.
He no longer spoke at the cannery.
He just started meditating.
But his chopping was as reliable as ever. Then one day it struck him. That all the cheering crowds, even the stones under his feet, were all in his imagination. So he could do whatever he wished. He held an election for mayor. And he won. They begged him to stay, but his mind was already wandering. It became a game for him.
Like a role-playing game, I guess. His version of Escape. But how is this going to be something terrible?
He'd conquer a city, then immediately push on. New Louisville. St. Louis. He started drifting away from our reality. Minneapolis.
Minneapolis.
Until one day he forgot to go home from the cannery. Even as his mother pleaded with him, part of Lewis kept sailing on. In Lewisburg, He heard rumors of a
prince and a
handsome queen.
Oh. I didn't realize I was going to pick one. There we go. Handsome
The queen was on her own quest for
wow. Sinister serpents? Radiant rainbows.
radiant rainbows.
Hello, rainbow.
He followed the sound of her
Electric sitar or silver harp? I guess harp, because we just keep going right for some reason.
silver harp.
Apparently that's what we're doing today. Silver harp. I wonder how different it is to go the other path it's been.
His chase led him to a golden palace east of the sun and west of the moon. Even then, his logic remained sound.
I wonder if...
He knew the world was all in his imagination.
I'm wondering if maybe Lewis had some kind of, personality disorder, or, what is it called? Next time I get a chance, maybe I will look up what I'm thinking of, because right now I'm too invested to think that hard. But, I'm wondering if he's, whoa. I really wonder how different it would be if I went the other route.
But he was so proud of having created it.
Oh, we can't even see it anymore, the thingy.
In his own eyes, he'd become something greater than a king. For someone who'd never known success in the real world, I think it was overwhelming. And then it struck him that the real Lewis was not the one chopping salmon, but the one climbing the steps of a golden palace. My imagination is as real as my body, he told me.
So, I can't help myself. Hold on a second. So I'm thinking about maladaptive daydreaming. I'm also thinking about a personality disorder. It's been a while since I have looked into these, but I want to say schizotypal, if not schizoid. I get those two confused for hopefully obvious reasons, just the names kind of sound the same for my mouth, so but in those conditions, well, maladaptive daydreaming, for instance, let's see if I could give you a useful definition, not one that's coming out of my head, huh? Maladaptive daydreaming, according to Cleveland Clinic, is a behavior where a person spends an excessive amount of time daydreaming, often becoming immersed in their imagination. And this is, yes, a coping mechanism for people with mental health conditions like anxiety. And maladaptive, of course, implies that it is getting in the way of their real life. So, maladaptive daydreaming. But he probably had some kind of social problem, some kind of communication issue if he wasn't talking anymore. Maybe selective mutism, too. I don't know. I mean, a guy who gets super involved in, say, video games not to mention drugs, too. I mean, that is a person in dire need of escape. Dire need. And maladaptive daydreaming is, of course, a coping mechanism that has kind of gone awry and started to do the opposite of helping you cope. Hence maladaptive. But anyway, I guess let's get back to this. My imagination is as real as my thought. I like him. Look at this little guy. Oh, we can see him up close now, and he's adorable. Is that supposed to be Lewis?
It was hard to argue with him. He began to forget the world we know.
Indeed. Imperial Palace, Orca's Island. Cute. Very, very cute. Yeah, this is a man who needed escape so badly. Oh man, I bet this place smelled horrible.
I think it pained him to remember Lewis, the cannery worker. He began to despise the man with a royal contempt.
You're not doing anything, bud. You're just kind of doing the motion without using any fish. That's concerning. Hey. Hey.
I still thought I could save him. Even after he said he was being crowned king over all the lands of wonder. The palace would be packed with his companions.
I'm concerned.
Including the wise Calico who'd insisted on advising them.
I like when the cat is just kind of nodding like a little bobblehead.
His queen waited, holding his crown. There was only one thing left to do. Bend down his head.
Oh, God.
And the rest I think you know. Mrs. Finch, your son was a kind man who will be missed by all of us who knew him.
My brother was really cool. I wish you could have met him.
Damn. wait, it's just occurring to me. He died in 2010. So... he killed himself? Deliberately? Or... that's actually very hard to interpret. Did he kill himself deliberately? Because that is escape in its own way. Or was he so caught up in his maladaptive daydreaming that he really kind of put his head on the chopping block? I can't imagine why. I mean, this is psychiatric, something. I can't read that anymore. But it was from a psychiatric institute, so I'm very, concerned about that. He may have been chasing something like drugs, you know? I see the first line on the letter there, from what I can read. His chase led him to the Golden Palace, yeah, in his search for escape. And that could be maladaptive daydreaming like I was thinking it is, but now that I'm taking a second to remember the substance abuse being mentioned earlier in the letter, I wonder how much of it is a metaphor for just substance abuse. Putting his head on a chopping block, was that literal, or did he just take too many drugs? No. His logic remains sound. He knew the world was all in his imagination. Probably a sad combination of maladaptive daydreaming plus drug use. Just as for how it actually killed him, whether or not that's literal or not, we don't know yet, I guess. Future Red here. I do believe that Lewis probably killed himself. That's the sense I'm getting watching it back now as I edit. I think that he became sober, started seeing a psychiatrist to help him cope with that, but the drug use was his method of escape. Without it, he turned to this maladaptive daydreaming, which completely locked him out of his real life, pretty much. That scene that we just watched, we watched Lewis the wizard, Lewis in his own head, walk right past his real self into the light. I think he killed himself to avoid the monotony of real life, but also probably scary things happening at home. Now her baby will never meet her brother.
On the way back from Lewis's funeral, my mom told me to start packing. She waited until the day before we left to tell Edie. I'm not sure if she wanted to make it easier or harder.
It's just us now.
I wish we'd stayed.
She wishes she'd stayed, but she also said she was afraid of the house.
But I understand why we left.
Rubbings. Did you guys ever do that? I loved doing that. Taking rubbings of cool nature things, bark patterns and leaves. Wow.
My mom ended up leaving everything behind.
Really? When you guys left, she just left everything.
What happened that night had been coming for a long time. Maybe it should have come sooner.
Edith. Little Finch, little house Finch.
But it had to end one way or another. All that's left now is to tell you about that last night.
Look at that paper version of the house. That's incredible. I love it. I love these.
That whole last day, Edie just watched us pack and didn't say a word. Until supper, when she raised her glass and said,
"To our final night together, and all our final nights apart."
Grandma, you know what I said about alcohol. Some of your medications are
Edith,
very
I
specific.
left a present for you in the hallway. Why don't you go open it? The grown-ups have to argue now.
I'm sorry, you're right. We're all leaving tomorrow. Let's just enjoy our
I'm
last...
not leaving.
Edith, you're excused.
The power had been shut off that morning, but Edie always had plenty of candles.
An orca. The candle is illuminating. Fish and shellfish. Tasting Thailand. Flowers of India. From cove to stove. The hunter's roast. Bunch of cookbooks, I guess, okay. I love all the little bird symbolism. So cute. Bird imagery. I need to take a second when I'm done with this game to actually think about all the symbolism, because I can tell there's a lot. There's a lot.
When my mom sailed the library, I don't think she knew about the other entrance.
It's wild that your mom would be so unaware of even how to get into a room in her own home.
Or that Edie had a key to it.
That thing you're afraid of isn't going to end when you leave the house.
The thing? The curse? Or...
Edith has a right to know these stories.
My children are dead because of your stories!
Because of your stories. Future Red here again. My children are dead because of your stories. See, this bit feels very much like you can't escape the curse just by leaving the house, and I don't know that she actually believed the curse. I think that Edie was trying to convince Dawn of the curse being real, but Dawn did not believe it. I don't think Dawn believed it at all. I think she basically felt the way Edith described earlier, that the perpetuation of those stories is really what made people believe them. Like, a self-fulfilling prophecy. They made the curse real simply by believing it. You know? I don't know. Labyrinths.
I think it's best if Edith and I leave tonight. We'll have the nursing home send a van for you in the morning, okay?
A little secret hideout back here with a bed and everything. The night you were born. These are such random little notes, or at least they seem to be. The night you were born. Odin. The field of people. The houses. Flowers. A bird. Another thing with flowers. One of those flowers is upside down coming out of the sky, which is weird. Can't read some of these at all, but, Milton, Lewis. Rain, question mark? Oh. I think that's a different language. And the top says the mysteries of death and the afterlife. The history of the Finches by Edith Finch.
Dear Edith, there's so many stories I wish I could tell you, but there's only time for one. This is about what happened on the night you were born. That night, the tide went way, way out. It was the first and last time I ever saw the old house aground. There'd been an earthquake out in the middle of the ocean. They called it the lowest tide in 1,000 years. God, it smelled awful.
Of course it would.
You know, I've seen that house every day of my life. I never thought I'd go back to it. When the fog rolled in, I lost my way. I got turned around. For a while, I wandered.
Oh God. It is so white. Oh my God. Whoop. Certain there's symbolism in that.
I started seeing things.
Mysterious fog, and there's that deer. Oh my God, a deer again. love deer symbolism showing up in, like, every video game ever. Oh.
Things I'd forgotten had ever existed. But when I saw them, they felt like old friends. That night, a lot of things came back to me. Or maybe I came back to them.
One of those little dwarf figurines that Sam liked to make. Was it Sam? I don't remember now.
Things I can't explain, but that I need you to try and...
Edith, what are you doing in here?
It's mine.
Edith!
Mom, you're gonna rip it! Let go! I kicked and screamed, but Mom dragged me to the car. I never saw Great-Grandma Edie again. The next morning, the van came to pick her up, but she was already gone. After that, we moved around a lot. We both tried to make the best of it. A few years went by. My mom didn't like to talk about it, but she started getting sick a lot. The rest happened pretty quickly. She got better for a while, and then she didn't. And then I was alone. The last Finch left alive. Until I found out about you. I'm still not sure what to tell you about all this. If we lived forever, maybe we'd have time to understand things. But as it is, I think the best we can do is try to open our eyes and appreciate how strange and brief all of this is. This journal was supposed to be for you. But now I hope you'll never see it. I just want to meet you and tell you all these stories myself. But I guess if you're reading this now, things didn't work out that way. This is where your story begins. I'm sorry I won't be there to see it. It's a lot to ask, but I don't want you to be sad that I'm gone. I want you to be amazed that any of us ever had a chance to be here at all. Good luck.
this is sweet. Aww. Childhood photos of the crew. That's adorable. They all clearly made such an impact on this game. I mean, the design, the art, is incredible. The detail. I know every detail works into the story. It's incredible. That was a really beautiful story. Really sad, man. Really sad. All of them. Their work is incredible. They should be very proud. Oh, puppy! Gaston, Gregory. Every single one of them died. Was there a curse? Maybe. I love that they all get their baby pictures for this. Why is that so just beautiful? Just a beautiful element. I don't know. It's just getting to me. This was an incredibly short game, and yet in that tiny, tiny amount of time, I feel like I know this family now, and I'm like sad to see them go. Edith died too in the end, and we don't really know why. And we may never know why unless there's more to this that I don't know about, which is totally possible. Playtesters! Yay, thanks, playtesters! Oh, the strangeness of all the locked rooms and very strange family in general. Enjoy. Thank you. Thank you. The Edith Finch team, look at that. Oh, the replay a story button is now available. I said button, option. Wow. Okay, so I just filmed my intro because I wasn't able to do it at the start of the video. And I noticed while sitting on this screen that there's no drawing for Calvin. I do believe I must have missed Calvin's story somewhere. I'm upset about it. I was wondering what the fuck happened to Calvin. We didn't actually hear about his death. Well, we probably should have, and I don't know why that didn't occur to me. I don't know how we're gonna fix this. I'm wondering... replay a story. So if I hit replay a story, do you think it'll let me? Even though I didn't find it during the game? No way. Yes. Oh my god, thank you, game. Alright. I wonder what I was supposed to click on to find this. I feel so silly for not having seen it before. That must be Great-Grandma Edie.
I knew Grandpa Sam had a twin. And that he never talked about him.
Thank you so much, game, for allowing me to just come right back here. I was so worried I wouldn't be able to, but this is such a relief. And I don't know how I missed it before. I really don't. I'm so sorry for that, but thank you for this.
I guess my grandpa didn't like history any more than my mom did.
Grandpa didn't like history any more than my mom did. Grandpa Sven? I mean Sam? Wait, yeah, Sam, sorry. A lot of names, but... okay.
How I Want to Remember My Brother by Sam Finch. The thing I remember is that when he made up his mind, that was it.
Oh, we're on a swing. Oh, kid has a cat.
My brother said he'd die before he ate another mushroom. And he did.
Oh.
At Barbara's funeral, we swore we'd never be afraid again. And he wasn't. I think Calvin always wanted to fly.
Sam! Calvin! Dinner's ready! Coming!
But that day, he finally made up his mind to do it. I told him going around was impossible. Maybe if I hadn't said that.
You mean like around the branch? Oh no. I remember seeing the broken swing. I remember seeing
Maybe
the
if the
broken
wind
swing.
hadn't picked up,
I remember seeing the wind.
then maybe he'd still be here. But I doubt it. I think he'd already made up his mind. That's what I want to remember about my brother. The day he made up his mind to fly. And he did.
Calvin's story felt strangely familiar. When I was younger, I remember trying to do the exact same thing.
I mean, yeah. Wow. Another freak accident, big fucking surprise. Man. So Molly starved to death in her room? That was the impression I got from what she wrote in her journal. And Edie is her mom. Edie, great-grandma Edie, lost Molly. And it kind of feels like she killed Molly, which I'm not gonna lie. She really feels like she killed her by locking her in her room and starving her. And then we've got Barbara, who was murdered by monsters. Not sure what that's about. I don't know if it's some kind of metaphor or if it really was her boyfriend and not monsters. I know that story was fictionalized, but why did she keep that? That's such a, like, very strange, fictionalized, dramatic retelling of Barbara's death in a way that sort of made her a bit of a cartoon character. Why did Edie want to keep that? She seems to like to keep everything. I mean, she lost a lot. She lost her father, then Molly, her first child, Barbara, Calvin, all of them when they were very young, and then Sam when he was older, at least. But still. And Walter was... I mean, he did not die at a young age, but he... It's bizarre. I find it bizarre that he was in it, like, under the house just the whole time and nobody told anyone. Edie didn't tell anyone? Except to, like... Wasn't she telling, like, the press or something about a mole man under the house? I put that together just now. Okay. The mole man was Walter. How crazy is that? And then he dies in a freak accident the minute he gets out of the basement. Kay left Gregory in the bath. It's wild that that Sam also told Kay it wasn't her fault, because I think if my wife left our child in the bathtub and he drowned, I would 100% feel like it was their fault. Future Red here. I think it's important to note that Kay did leave him in the bath. However, they deliberately gave us a shot of her coming back, turning off the water, draining the tub, the whole shebang, and then leaving again. The water got turned back on again because of Gregory himself, but that's the part of the story that was a fantasy version of whatever happened. The turning on of the water again. After all this, having been contemplating the idea that Edie may have had a hand in most of these deaths, do you think there's a chance that she went into the bathroom while Kay was on the phone and turned the water back on? That would be horrible. But if we entertain this idea, then it's definitely possible. Ugh. I don't know, I'm staring because this is just so much death. And you know, in the real world, oh no, I lost it. It's okay, we can go back to the main screen. Well, all right then. Oh, it's just gonna let me keep playing now. Okay. I mean, that's nice. What is this? What is that little thing? I don't know what that little thing is, but it's cute. Okay. Rip Calvin.
After the funeral, Edie roped off Calvin's half of the room.
She likes to do that. Preserve things. Just perfectly preserve things. She's a little obsessed with the past, obsessed with death. Is she okay?
Mom said Grandpa Sam enlisted at 18 and never set foot in the room again.
Ah, that makes sense. Makes sense. And now I guess we can move on to this part, which... I wonder if there was anything else missed, though. Well, okay, I feel good about stopping now. I finally succeeded in seeing every story. My God, is that fucking sad. But as I was saying before I realized I was continuing and able to get more little bits, in the real world, if someone lost all their children to freak accidents, I would start questioning the parents. Especially because the very first one was almost certainly Edie's fault. Almost certainly. And if it was, I just, now I'm starting to doubt all of them. Maybe not so much Sam, because Dawn witnessed that happen, right? But Barbara's story is completely fictionalized. It was a murder in their home. Technically, so was Molly, if we believe that that's the death, that she was starved to death. Calvin's got a freak accident, and that letter was kind of strange. It was like little baby Sam here was he making it up? He clearly was obsessed with space and wanting to go to space, so is it possible that Sam kind of made up that story to put a positive spin on his death and therefore doesn't really know what happened? I don't know how probable that is or possible, but it's just I can't stop thinking about Molly. I really can't stop thinking about Molly. The very first one. Really, really felt very much like an abuse situation. And then, whoa. I was gonna say, well, Walter didn't die young, Sam didn't die young. Sam died of a freak accident, and Dawn witnessed that. And that was a for real freak accident, if Dawn witnessed it, right? And there's a photo of it. Walter, though? Well, okay, so Walter witnessed Barbara's murder. Walter witnessed Barbara's murder. Walter witnessed Barbara's murder, guys. What if Barbara was killed by Edie? Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on. No way. That would be horrible. I mean, that would kind of imply either Walter... No. I was going to say maybe Walter locked himself down there to hide from Edie, or maybe Edie locked him down there to prevent him from telling. Why wouldn't she have just killed him if she was okay to kill the others? I don't know about that one, but... maybe she wasn't sure if he saw anything. I don't know. I don't know. Just a silly theory. I don't know about that one, but I don't know. Molly's death has really stuck with me. And then these freak accidents, just what a fucking tragedy, man. Dawn saying to Edie that her children are dead because of her stories is nuts. Why would that be true, though? Gregory is Sam's son and Gus's son. I mean, and Gus is also Sam's son. Yeah, so what about those were actually freak accidents too, right? As far as we know. I don't know. As far as we know. But I don't think I can get her little baby voice out of my head being so hungry. That completely crushed my soul. Like, I'm sorry, but if your child is starving to the point of eating toothpaste and rotten carrots, and she like went to the door and was like, "Mom, can I come out now?" Starving to the point of eating toothpaste and moldy carrots that were sitting next to, was it a hamster? A gerbil? Gerbil feces? And Mom said something like, "Oh, it's late, dear, go to bed." Yeah. That's disturbing. And it makes me immediately have doubt about Barbara. But in any case, everyone else seems to have died of some kind of freak accident. Dawn may have died of an illness. And that's all we know about that. Pretty normal. That's the only normal one. Milton is also the only one who disappeared and didn't die outright. He's a real standout guy, too. I mean, look at the style of his drawing, because he had a style of drawing that was very specific. Future Red here. Yes, it does seem like a pattern, doesn't it? The first two were murdered, and everyone else appears to have died from a freak accident of some kind. Now, my wild theory that I've got going on now that I'm editing is, what if the first two deaths, Edie hadn't figured out how to really frame it to look like an accident yet? That sounds so horrible, because I don't know. I don't know if she killed Calvin, but what if Calvin was her first, like, successful accident-seeming death? And after that, she, I don't know, it feels weird to say, like, found her footing. It sounds awful to say, but fuck do I know? But the big question is why, isn't it? We're reaching the end of the video here, and obviously not everything is flat out answered. In fact, very little is flat out answered in this game, and I love that. I am really digging this analysis process. But the question of why is very important, and I haven't even really touched on it. I've been theorizing about what if Edie did it, because of the fact that she appears to be the only one to actually live, you know, to not be affected by the curse, unless it's a curse on her, you know, where she just loses everybody. But in a family where everyone is dying, like the oldest, which one died at the oldest age besides Edie? Like, Sam and Walter did live a while, but they did die still pretty young. Meanwhile, Edie lived to see her 90th birthday. 90th. And she even, like, put herself in situations where if there was really a curse on her, you'd think she would have died. Remember that forest fire situation where she didn't want to leave her home? She was a celebrity for that, right? She didn't die. Oh, she was a celebrity for that. It's starting to... Okay, hold on. The Barbara thing. Okay, the why is starting to form, and I am thinking that this is kind of like a horrifying version of factitious disorder imposed on another, which is actually just the new name for something that you may have heard of called Munchausen syndrome by proxy. It is no longer called that, though. It's now called fictitious disorder imposed on another, and it's basically a disorder characterized by the individual hurting others to satisfy some kind of psychological need, like an intense need for attention. And now I'm thinking about Barbara. Barbara, who was literally a child star and was murdered before she even became an adult, and she wasn't, you know, working as an actress anymore. Is there a chance that Edie loved being the center of attention so much and having this star for a child that she may have even killed her because she wasn't useful to her anymore? Then what about all the other children? They weren't child stars. Molly was being starved, though. That says to me that Edie was very obsessed with appearance, and then her next child turned out to be a child star, and you know most children who become child stars tend to be pushed by parents who enjoy being the center of attention. Let's be real here. Parents who push their kids into that tend to have some kind of attention-seeking behaviors themselves, right? So, is that really the reason why? Is it attention? Is it just Edie wanting to be the center of attention and tell all these stories and make people go, wow? I don't know. I think that is the closest to why that I'm ever going to come. So I guess I'll leave that there. So if we really want to entertain the idea that the curse is real, I think it would be not a huge leap to say that there is some kind of supernatural element in this game. If anything is cursed, it seems like either Edith Sr. was cursed to lose everyone that she's ever loved in some way or another. Or the house was cursed. because the bricks from that house that sank were used in the building of this house. So I suppose the curse could have been carried with them. But the thing is that I guess that makes me doubt that is that Dawn died when she left the house, after she left. I don't know. But there were also a shitload of books in that house about like witchcraft and magic things. So I wouldn't be necessarily surprised if Odin was maybe really obsessed with supernaturally things. He did write a book about death, I believe, something like that, and Edie seems to have been very inspired by that. So, could be some kind of real curse that exists because of magic shit that was going on with Odin that we don't know about. I suppose it is possible. I don't know what I feel is more likely. The supernatural curse element or murder. I think my rational brain says the murder is much more likely. I mean, in the real world, of course it is. But in terms of fiction, it feels like instead of a supernatural element, it's more like just a whole lot of metaphors and fantasy storytelling to sort of make us think that. I think that's like Edie's whole point, is that she wants people to think that. I think that's probably part of her love of attention. That's where some of that need is being met through, you know, the retelling of the family curse. I don't know. Just thinking. I can't stop thinking about this game. Thank you so much for hanging out with me and this crazy Finch family today. I have had a blast, if you can call it that. There is so much to think about, and I'm sure as I'm editing, I'm going to have more thoughts, which I will try and sprinkle in throughout, and I hope I do it well. So if you have enjoyed this today, please consider doing the YouTube thing. Liking, commenting, subscribing, hyping, whatever you feel like doing. It would really help me out. I love and appreciate you so much. Please be kind to yourself. Take care of yourself. Take extra good care of your animals and human children too, please. And stay soft. Because the world is definitely hard enough already. And I will see you next time. Bye-bye.